I have now had the pleasure of meeting. I'm Bill LeClaire. I'm blessed with a night job of doing the PA at Hoover football games. My day job for the last 19 years has been teaching math at Hoover High School.
to join the track team. Started practicing with the volleyball team during their off season. Decided to then start doing hair. And now owns a six-figure business. And in front of the Black Student Union Club, when she's not here Sunday, enjoys transferring to a 4-year, where she'll open up her own salon. Tonight, proud mother escorting, ladies and gentlemen, Princess Kalisa Bello. With great pleasure, Princess Tiffany Duarte.
I don't know where you're supposed to stop.
Proud member of ASB the last 3 years, currently serving as ASB Vice President. Also the captain of Miniature Scholastic Bowl Team, President, UNICEF Club, Vice President, Filipino Club, member of the California Scholastic Federation National Honor Society. She represents Glendale and one of the school's student advisory council members. Weekends enjoys volunteering at church and study sessions for her classes. She enjoys watching action and romance TV. After high school, she wants to major in forensic science or engineering. Escorted tonight by proud mother Donna. Princess Tiffany Duarte. Introducing Princess Audrey Peña. Proud member of the cheer squad and captain of the team. ASB Commissioner does sports announcements or advisory. President of American Cancer Society, Star Club, and Vice President of California Scholastic Federation. Also a member of National Honor Society. Works outside of school, and she does a lot of community service and has an internship. Hobbies are travel, shopping, reading, and sleeping. After graduating, she went to a 4-year in hospitality. Escorted tonight by proud mother Andrea. Princess Audrey Peña. Next up, we welcome Isaiah Galindo, a member of the varsity football team. Part of a few clubs on campus, enjoys working out and reading the Bible, watching movies and hanging out with loved ones. After graduation, he plans to go abroad and become a photographer. Escorted tonight by his mother, Rose Murray. We welcome Isaiah Galindo. We welcome Angelica Gamboa. Angelica, track and field captain, about to complete her 4th year on the team. Previous president of Body Positivity Co. Accepted into this year's Glendale Memorial Hospital internship program. Enjoys cooking, school to become a criminal defense lawyer. Escorted tonight by her proud mother, Roxy. We now introduce the lower court. Introducing Annette Rodriguez. Playing lacrosse at GHS. Involved in the game club. Volunteering in the community. And anytime there's an opportunity to volunteer, she goes for it. Hobbies include playing lacrosse, binging on movies. After graduation, it's on to Pasadena City College. And then get a job at her father's company so she can make it up and help the family and help others. She goes one day to earn a degree in pharmacy or nursing. Escorted tonight by her god-sister, Sylvia. We welcome Annette Rodriguez. We welcome Alexa Toledo. Been playing lacrosse since her freshman year. Involved in school activities like ASB, Key Club, Save Disease, and Game Club. Also involved in the community, including volunteering at the public library. Enjoys going to concerts. Karaoke, listening to the music. Wants to continue her education by studying sociology. Currently enjoying the sport more than ever, hopes to continue with lacrosse, escorted tonight by her proud sister, Roxana. We welcome Alexa Toledo. We welcome works with the American Cancer Society. Senior Girl Scout, cares about her community and volunteers when she can. She goes to UC Davis and becomes a pediatric cardiologist. She wants to heal and make a difference in the world with children. We welcome Bonnie Mendoza. Sleeping, eating, taking photos, and hanging out with her friends. After graduation, she hopes to join the Drug Corps International. To study either criminal Japanese outside of school. She's involved in youth and government at the Glendale YMCA. In her free time, she enjoys baking, reading, and listening to music. After high school, she plans to attend a prestigious law school and later become a civil rights attorney. As an attorney,
She appreciates all the love she's received from Mom, Alex, and her friends throughout high school. Ladies and gentlemen, what a privilege it is, and it is emotional for me as well, to introduce to you the 2024 Herbert Hoover High School Homecoming Court. Now we go on to think we're running out of seniors. We haven't. Now we go on, right, Mr. Serrato? Now we go on to the senior members of the Hoover Pep team. Let's start with the name. Berlin is a 4-year team member and captain. To our teammates, thank you for the memories for us and the strength we built together. And to our parents and coaches, your sacrifices and guidance have been invaluable. Next we have Celia. Celia is a 4-year member of the dance team. She hopes to attend UCLA by next fall, where she'll major in law. Her favorite memory of high school is bringing a national and state title home to Hoover. Next we have Christine. Christine is a 3-year member of the dance team. She will be majoring in engineering next fall. She would like to thank her friends, family, and coaches for supporting her throughout her high school experience and making her Next we have Eula. Eula is a 4-year member and captain of the flag team. She is beyond grateful to be a part of Pep Flag. This growing back has been sensational. She would like to thank her mom, Coach Sienna, Miss Anita, teammates, and the whole Pep team for letting her experience the most memorable and fun times of her life. And she's being escorted by Mr. Isaiah Cole from the class of 24. Next we have Gianna. She hopes to attend UC to pursue business, marketing, and dance. She wants to give a shout out to her family, friends, and coaches for getting her to this point.
I can't do it.
Next we have Helen. Helen is a first-year member of the cheer team. She wants to thank her mom for the endless support and always being there for her. Thank you to her teammates for welcoming her with open arms, despite this being her first year, and her coaches for making her a better cheerleader in person. She is looking forward to a wonderful season with everyone. Next we have Ivy. Ivy is a 3-year member and captain of the flag team. She would like to thank her coaches, Sienna, Bridget, Nikki, and Darren for their unconditional love and support this past year alone, with a special shout out to April Mullen in the crowd. Yeah! Next we have Nellie. Nellie is a 4-year member and 2-year captain of the dance team. She was born She wants to thank her family, friends, and coaches for their support and guidance throughout high school. And now we have Sophia. Sophia is a 4-year member and captain of the dance team. to thank her friends, family, and coaches for making her high school experience Ladies and gentlemen, the senior members of the Hoover Pep Team. And now we have an encore introduction of a senior member of the Hoover football team because his family is now here. One more time. Number 21, Mr. Marco Regosa. And I'll repeat, Marco would like to thank his friends, his mom, and Steven for being there for him throughout
I love you, Marco! I love you! That's my rush goal!
Dr. Ohanian and Student Body President Leah Gonzalez. And from Hoover, we have Principal Dr. Spurley and Student Body President Armand Arakalian.
Still on you?
I think so. Glendale gonna run out in all the spectaculars of the thing we're doing? That seems good.
And there's Mrs. Chan.
Let them know we're 30 seconds to coin toss.
We're 30 seconds to coin toss. Oh, but are they coming out of this, baby? Are they gonna run out of this or something? No, wait, we're doing coin toss first. Well, I think so. I don't know.
Mrs. Estep, are we close? Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise and remove your caps and join us in the singing of our national anthem. The national anthem will be sung tonight by the Hoover Chamber Choir under the direction of Mrs. Amy Estep. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask everyone to remain standing, please. If I could ask everyone to remain standing, please, for a very special announcement. The Hoover High School community lost an exemplary coach, teacher, and mentor to thousands of students at Hoover High School and Toll Middle School. The coal miner name at Hoover High School is iconic in athletics for over 7 decades. Coach Chris Kohlmeyer passed away on September 22nd. He was instrumental in leading Hoover athletics to its highest level. He spent multiple years as the varsity boys basketball coach and the girls varsity softball coach. His imprint on students athletes will carry on for generations. He is survived by his wife Carol, daughters Guinevere and Nicole, and his brother Chris. Please join with the Hoover and Glendale High communities to honor his legacy with a moment of silence to celebrate his contribution to our kids. Thank you. To the Hoover and Glendale football teams, have a great game tonight. Kurt and his family will be watching. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Glendale, talk to Glendale. Don't make us make the decision whether you guys are being supportive or you guys are talking smack.
The team captains are meeting at midfield for the coin flip.
So let's have some good game. Let's help each other
Let's
up.
introduce, ladies and gentlemen, the officials for tonight's game.
You are the visitor, so I got a coin here. That is a heads. That is
From
a
the
tails.
San Fernando Valley Football Officials
Tails.
Association.
That's heads. I'm going to
Our
put it up in the
referee
air.
is Joseph
Let it hit
Baldino.
the ground.
The umpire is Paul Rodarte.
He
The
calls
head
tails.
linesman is Anthony Rodarte. The line judge is Vladimir Costanza. Let me say that last name again. Vladimir Costanza. And the back judge is Jonathan Rodarte. These officials are a family affair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your contribution to high school football.
All right, Glendale has won the toss. They have deferred their choice in the second half. Hoover will receive at this end. Guys,
Hoover High School and the CIF require good sportsmanship and positive behavior of student athletes, cheerleaders, band members, coaches, and spectators. We request your cooperation in supporting the student athletes and officials in a positive manner. Please be mindful of your language and actions at all times and treat others with dignity and respect. Profanity, derogatory comments, or other intimidating
who's getting what?
actions,
Okay, he's on
concerning
Hoover.
race, gender, or ethnicity, directed at athletes, officials, team representatives, or other spectators, will not be tolerated on our grounds for immediate removal from the premises. We appreciate your cooperation in creating a safe, inclusive, and positive game environment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Here.
Good evening, football fans, and we welcome you to historic Moist Stadium on the campus of Glendale High School. Tonight, the rivalry continues. It's the battle for the bell. It's the big game. It's Glendale High versus Herbert Hoover High in the annual big game and last game of the year. I'm Spiro Saltis. I'm very happy to have Keith Hopkins, former student athlete standout at Glendale High. Welcome, Keith. And I just got to ask you, as a player, what's it like to play Glendale Hoover?
It comes down to one game, and it comes down to the last game for the seniors, and the memories are made on the field.
And again, we talk about one game as here come the Tornadoes. On the far side, the visitors are Glendale. They're on the field. You talk about one game. You can throw out the records this year. Hoover 0-9. Glendale 1-8, their first win at the beginning of the year. That's all forgotten. This is for bragging rights, the bell, and to remember these games the rest of your life. We're just about ready. We've had the pregame. Homecoming courts have been introduced. The bands are assembled. They'll have a great halftime. They've had the coin flip. Remember, this may be at Glendale High, but Glendale this year, as they rotate, is the visiting team in white, Hoover in their Hoover purple. Great to be here, and we want to thank once again Mike Zepeda and the great staff for putting this together. They've been going at this since 1930. Glendale High, 53 wins. Hoover, 37 wins. There's been 2 ties. Glendale has the edge. Hoover has the bell. Glendale will kick off. Hoover's going to put both their deep guys back at the 10-yard line. Both Keith and I have seen both these teams this year. We are ready for Glendale Hoover. Coming at you from YouTube, also the live stream. Welcome, everybody. Everybody up for the kickoff. Patrick Caceres is going to kick for Glendale. Both lines set, and the big game is on its way. Squib kick, fielded around the 15, finally gathered in at the 20, and surrounded and wrapped up right around there. 11. Anthony Baton, the first to greet him for the Nitros. So, forward progress to the 22-yard line. Hoover's going to start 1st and 10. Keith, what do we look for? What's a key here right off the bat?
I think controlling the emotions and letting the moment, live in the moment, but also controlling the emotions and keeping everything in front of you. And let the initial kickoff's over now. We get to play some football.
Each team has some real nice impact players. We're going to be calling their name a lot. The key will be everybody else. And before the first play, officials have given us a quick timeout. Looks like they're adjusting the chains. Coming up to the line, quarterback, number 3. He's a junior, A.J. Francisco. Under center and out of the eye on first down. To the ground. Off the left side. Looks like a pickup of about 5. You're going to hear Ryan O, number 1, the ball carrier, a lot. He's the grinder. Been injured a little bit this year, but he still bangs. So they give him 3 yards on the gain. Let's call it 2nd down and 7. The initial mark was the 22. So we're going to call it 2nd down and 7. This time out of the shotgun. Francisco looks over. They started with 2 on the left side. Now motion. And once again, Ryan O. Big blocking across the 40 to the 43 and a first down. Keith, right off the bat, the big boys opened up the hole for Hoover.
There was 2 combo blocks on that run that were pretty dramatic and put Hoover in a good spot.
Credit the fullback, 21, Marco Regosa, with the big block. That's enough for a tornado first down, 1st and 10 from the 42. Crowd still coming in, starting to fill up a little bit. Shotgun, straight ahead running, and I think you're going to see a lot of it. Ryan O, once again, travels across the 50 into Nitro territory. So we're going to take a look at the offensive line early. That could be a key. 56, Hagop Varshapian with a key block this time. Straight ahead. That football is right at the midfield stripe. So that's a gain of 8, 2nd down and 2. What's Glendale starting out, Keith, with their defense? Pretty standard?
They have a 4-man front. Looks like a standard 4-3.
Straight ahead again, not going to change much, and Ryan O has the first down and more inside the 45. I think we're going to see a lot of this, at least early. Theodore Gatewood, 49, credited with the stop. 44-yard line is the mark, 1st and 10. Both teams finish up their season in the Pacific League. The Pacific League, not very kind to the teams this year. Both did not get a win. But once again, tonight it doesn't matter. First down from the 44. Shotgun. Ryan O once again. He drags tacklers inside the 40. Good yardage on first down. Close to 4 or 5 yards. Co-captain, number 3, Alex Shervanian, there to make the stop. From the 40-yard line, 2nd down and 6. And again, this homecoming game, all part of the pageantry of the homecoming court, the bands performing, all that make up this great game. Once again, that's been going on since 1930. Out of the shotgun. And there's some movement. We might have our first penalty. And the indication is offsides against Glendale. That's going to be a 5-yard walk-off. It's not going to be enough for a first down, so it's only 2nd down and 1. So again, on your replay, it wasn't necessarily a hard count, Keith, but they're a little jittery and they jumped.
Definitely. Up front, you just got to remain calm and get off on the snap.
So again, a lot of different variables here on 2nd and 1, but they may go right back to the run. And official stop play. We're guessing it's delay of game, and it is. So take those 5 yards and move it back. We're back to 2nd and 6. Keith, that happens. Once play stops, they feel they have a long time, but that play clock starts immediately.
Definitely. By the time you break the huddle, you have less seconds than you think you do.
Approaching 7 minutes, first quarter. To the air for the first time. Francisco gets out of trouble and he's off to the races. And he slides inside the 35, close to the first down. He might have slid just a shade short. So he is flexible, only a junior, good size, 6'2", 175. He slides in short of the first down. We're back to 3rd down now and 1. So even though they've moved here, this could be an early key play if the Nitros could stop them. Under center, out of the eye, Ryan O was stopped at the beginning, but then drags tacklers for the first down, close to the 31. They're going to roll. Clock continues to run from the 31. That's 1st and 10. For Glendale, number 9, Brady Aldretti on the tackle, usually wearing 17. He's wearing 9 tonight. Tornadoes up to the line, 1st and 10. From the 31. Francisco from the shotgun to the air. Has time. Throws across the middle. Has a man. Juggled, then caught. Yards after catch. 15. 5. Touchdown, Tornadoes. So it looks as if, Keith, they might have set the Nitros up for the run. Somebody was wide open.
Yes, definitely. You have to run the ball to throw the ball. And on that one, he was wide open. And number 2 downfield.
Plenty of time.
Nice block.
Gabriel Garcia for the score. He's just a junior. Made one move, and they're not going to get him. So, the first score. On for the extra point. Vicente Hernandez for the extra point. Officials stop play before the kick. Indication is offsides against Glendale. So even anxious on the extra point, that's half the distance to the goal line. Maybe a momentary thought to go for the 2 points, but they're going to stay right there. Number 7, Elliot Nussbaum will hold. And here's Vicente Hernandez for the first kick. Kick is up, and the kick is good. 5:29 first quarter. Tornadoes strike first. They lead 7-0. Glendale High, very happy to thank their sponsors for being with them all year, and that is Farmers Insurance and their local agent, Alberto Ocon, who was a standout here at Glendale High, and also the wonderful family that brings you Tommy's world-famous hamburgers and cheeseburgers. Debbie, Donna, and the whole gang at the White Shack. Just some of the great sponsors as part of this game. So, Hoover takes the ball first. They go down and score. They're set to kick off. Maybe about 6.5 minutes off the clock. Marco Regosa to kick. Fielded, bobbled, picked up at the 13. He goes to the far side. Good return, close to the 28-yard line. Gev Papazian took the kick. Good field position. There is a penalty marker on the play. Keith, we've seen a lot of these games. There is a good possibility of a lot of penalties.
That is true.
And we see holding against Glendale on the return. As we look at the replay, finally grabbed up. Jev made a nice move, but somewhere in there somebody held on too long. Penalty brings the ball back to the 18-yard line. That's where the Nitros will start 1st and 10. So we take a look at the Nitros. They're going to start with 3 wide out of the shotgun. Handoff off the right side. Good blocking, good yardage. So they get back the yardage from the penalty. And there's a possibly penalty on the play again, Keith.
I couldn't pick up what that was, but it looked like it was holding.
And the indication was holding against Glendale. So that's not going to make the coaching staff at Glendale very happy. So it's going to keep the officiating crew busy. They're going to get their steps in. Penalty back to the 13-yard line. So from the spot, number 10, Elijah Venegas. He's a junior. He's a quarterback for Glendale. He hands off. This time they tried the same play. Why not? To about the original line of scrimmage and a little more. Running back is Jev Papazian. Keith, it looks like they tried it. Got some good yardage.
I would keep running the ball.
Number 15, Thomas Scholl on the tackle. 20-yard line is the mark. So it's 2nd down and 8. And Venegas, good size. Motion to this side, handoff to this side. Once again, Jev Papazian. He makes his way to about the 29-yard line, and that's good enough for a Nitro first down, so they move the chains. Good pursuit. The hole was there for a moment, but still, Keith, it's enough for a first down. Maybe that'll get Glendale going.
Minus the penalties, we've been very productive so far.
Venegas comes in from the sideline with the play at quarterback with head coach Manuel Lemus and his staff. First down. Straight ahead running. Burrowing straight ahead. Brady Aldretti carries on that play, normally an H-back. In fact, actually spends time at quarterback. They've decided to let him run a little bit, and he picks up possibly one of his first rushing from a running back position all year to the 33-yard line. So there's 4 yards. It's second down and 6. 3 minutes left in the first quarter. To the far side, John Pellegrino, who's carried a lot of the load this year for the Nitros, but they scoped him out, and there's going to be a loss on the play. We look at the replay. The flow blocked to the left, hopefully opening room to the right, but it didn't fool enough people, Keith.
No, you definitely want to get north-south on that.
So, with the loss on the play, the line to gain is the 39, the ball at the 29. We're going to call it third down and 10. From the shotgun. And we have an official's whistle, which means false start against Glendale. So that's going to be a 5-yard walk-off. We're going to make it third and 15. The 24-yard line is the mark. And when you look at the stat sheet, Keith, you never want to lead in penalty yards.
That is definitely the one you want to stay out of.
And you can talk about it and you can practice it, but sometimes the energy gets in the way. So the Nitros with some work to do. Third and 15. 3 wide receivers. And the officials stop. Officials timeout for a moment. And while we have a minute, for those watching and not familiar with this great rivalry, it goes back to 1930, and there were years where this was so big, they used to have to play the game at the Rose Bowl with an average of 25,000. It was big time. But tonight it's all at Moyse. Third and 15. On the rollout. He gets by one tackler and then's pushed out of bounds. It's going to be short of the first down. 88, Alejandro Hernandez on the pursuit, makes him go out of bounds. Venegas short, the defense holds, it'll bring up fourth down. Punt formation for the Nitros. And we warn you, the deep man for Hoover is a danger. Number 5, Javon Lyman. And there's trouble again. There's a penalty marker on the play. And the indication is false start or illegal procedure against Glendale again. So the ball goes back to the 27-yard line. It's fourth down and 12. So, punt formation. Patrick Caceres punts for Glendale. No chance for Lyman on that. Brady Aldretti there to drop it. Good field position for the Tornadoes. Their second set. and they'll take over 1st and 10. I would say the 46-yard line in Hoover territory, 1st and 10. You can hear the bands in the background. Everybody is settled in. Glendale, good crowd on the opposing side. Same over here. Under center, 1st and 10. Right back to the ground game, and Ryan O carries into Glendale territory near the 46-yard line. Good yardage on 1st down. Right ahead, up the middle, Keith.
They're going to have to definitely do something different up front. He's not getting touched until the 2nd level.
Arvin Vartanian's a co-captain. He's there on the stop. Also credit Theodore Gatewood. We'll call it the 47-yard line. A pickup of 7, 2nd down and 3. A full dose of Ryan O. And that front line of Hoover taking command. Good enough for a 1st down. Armin Tovmasian with the key block on the play. 38-yard line is the mark. There's timeout on the field. That's the end of the 1st quarter. With a lot of running, despite the penalties, it went quick. Hoover leads 7-0. So what? Storied rivalry. This is the 93rd edition. Glendale 53 wins, Hoover 37 wins. There's been 2 ties. There were no games 2018, 19, or 20 due to COVID. Going all the way back to the days, even during World War II days, they played this game. Keith, right off the bat, a couple of big memories for you.
Definitely would be 1993, my senior year, with Nate Ditchington over on the Hoover side, and they had a really good team, and it was one of the best games I think we ever had on offense.
That 93 game, Glendale 49-7. After that, 21-14. And my good man Keith Hopkins, 91 game, 51-0. So they had a good run there, and Glendale was dominant. Start of the 2nd quarter. Flare pass to this near side is complete. And good yardage after catch. 21. Marco Reygosa on the reception. Let's look at the replay. Plenty of time. Found the wide receiver. Now trying to get north and south. Holds onto the ball and goes out of bounds. Alex Shervanian there to push him out. 33-yard line is the mark. Gain of 5, 2nd down and 5. Same defensive front. Back to Ryan O. And he is off to the races. They're not going to get him. Touchdown, Hoover. 33 yards on the score. Number 1, Ryan O. Straight up the middle, Keith.
He ran right off the right side, untouched into the end zone.
So, a lot of the big boys up front are having their way. On for the extra point. The snap is muffed, fallen on by Hoover, so the extra point is no good. And coming off the field is Elliot Husbaum, who was the holder. He got banged up a little bit. Nonetheless, Hoover scores again. 11-10 till halftime. They lead 13-0. So the extra point, Husbaum actually had trouble with it, and the kicker, Vicente Hernandez, fell on it. So we start over again. So, again, it's all about adjustments, Keith. What does Glendale feel that they need to do? Do they have the ability to make a change or two?
They're definitely going to have to start blitzing or something from the outside to contain him. To go untouched that far, that's a big concern.
Regosa to kick once again. Fielded at the 10. He decides to go to the outside. That's Papazian. And once again, a good return for the Nitros. Nitros can't complain of field position. Let's watch the return again. He looks at the movement, decides to go to the left. Gets by a couple of big guys. And Veen Haganian was there to push him out. 34-yard line is the mark. 1st and 10. 11:02 till halftime. '51. Manuel Nemuelian at center. Shotgun for Glendale. They try the left side on 1st down. Jeb Papazian, only 5'9", but throughout the year, in these 10 games, we've called his name a lot, Keith.
Definitely. His last 2 or 3 games, he's running around the ball very well.
So, the offensive staff, what can we do? What have we seen? What can we change? Elijah Venegas looks over the line. A lot of movement. Aldretti now goes as a tight end to the left side. Getting close to the end of the play clock. They get it off. On the rollout. Has a man open. Out of the hands, incomplete. Rudy Cuellar, the intended receiver, out of bounds. Rudy's been injured a lot of the year. Got clearance to come back. You may notice that extra padding on the helmet. He's passed all protocol and not tall by nature at only 5'8", just a little high. So once again, possibly a key play here. 3rd down and 6. Venegas looking to the far side. And once again, they aren't going to be able to get the playoffs, so they have to waste a timeout. Timeout is called by Glendale. And once again, we look forward to halftime, a real opportunity for the bands to perform. On the Glendale side, they'll be announcing the winners of the homecoming court. All the pageantry, the pomp and circumstance and the pride of Glendale Hoover. Keith, what do you see out of this timeout?
I think Glendale has to establish the run again. With Hoover 8 or 9 guys in the box, definitely need to start pounding the ball.
So, in using the timeout, we have to hope that everybody's on the same page and they can come up with something. Alex Shervanian, they're all in tight. So the old double wing, it's only going to get a few yards. Now it's early in the game. It brings up 4th down. And it looks as if Glendale may have to say, we may have to go for it here early. What do you think, Keith?
You know, if it was 1 or 2 yards, I would say yes. Right now, definitely the question.
From the 41-yard line, they need to get the line to gain is the 44. 4th down and 3, and the Nitros are going to go for it. And unfortunately, there was movement there. And that might help make Glendale's decision a little easier. Or we might have had some taunting or offsides. It looks like it's against Glendale, and it is. So that's 5 more yards. And it looks like that's going to make their decision for them, as Glendale will now go to punt. So, 4th down. Glendale's punter, number 14, Patrick Caceres, to punt, and the bunt's blocked. It does take slight of a roll. There's been a few people that have touched that thing. We're going to wait for the indication. It looks like they wanted to give the ball to Glendale, and it looks like the officials are going to confer, because it looked like badminton, Keith.
I wasn't sure if Hoover established possession on that, and they're still conferring about that.
And the indication is they're going to have to explain that to the Hoover side. My first impression is it's Glendale ball. And Glendale's coming back out like it is their ball. So Glendale thinks they're going to snap the ball, but we're far from that. 2 of the officials are talking to head coach Azad Harabidian. So everybody's going to have to hold their pants on here for a minute. A very experienced and veteran crew, by the way, from the CIF Southern section. So they deserve an explanation, but the bottom line, like in baseball, is they've made the call. Just waiting to confirm. So he owes them an explanation, but not much more than that. 1st and 10, Glendale ruled, touched by Hoover, 36-yard line, 1st and 10. First down. Looks like they feel like they're going to grind and pound, Keith. What do you think?
On that play, the Glendale offensive line definitely had their pad level lower. Got good push.
Well, Keith, you're one of those big guys, and you did a lot of damage. And, of course, your famous running back was Pathon Rucker, who finished the season as the leader in the state with touchdowns scored. Back to the single wing. Not much there. Good pursuit. And the big guy, Alejandro Hernandez, 6'1", 185, and only a junior. He jumped in to make the stop. 40-yard line's the mark. Once again, 3rd down and 6. And unfortunately, Glendale has the wrong personnel on, and that's going to cost them another timeout. Keith, you've seen this before, a little bit of disconnection.
You know, for the 10th game, sometimes you try to outthink your opponent, and it looks like Glendale and all these fancy sets have just kind of caused more confusion on offense than anything else.
As you see on the screen, the head coach for Hoover is Azad Harabidian, who was a graduate and played football for Glendale High. And this announcer is proud to say that his lovely blushing bride wife, Joanne, was a teacher here at Glendale High for 10 years and had Azad as a student. So another timeout. Let's see if it works. Officials making good work of the whistle. And before that, Hoover now calls timeout. 8:06 till halftime. Hoover leads 13-0. Once again, we're very, very happy that you've joined us here. For those that couldn't make it to the game, we thank the Glendale Unified School District. Mark Rubio, who's in charge of athletics, puts together the fine presentation with Mike Zapata and his staff. And of course, Keith, we all remember 2 years ago when once again we threw out all the records. Hoover actually was 7-3 on the season. I shouldn't say that, but it came down to a Hail Mary in one of the most memorable games in the rivalry. Glendale won at the buzzer.
I lost my voice for 2 or 3 days after that one.
Out of Hoover's timeout, 3rd down and 6. They keep it in tight. They try to run up the middle, and I don't even think forward progress is going to help this. There's a lot of pushing and shoving down there. And once again, Alejandro Hernandez, the big guy, at the bottom of the pile. It's definitely short of the 1st down. In fact, that's a loss on the play. We're going to call it 4th down and 4. The Nitros say we can wait no longer. They're going to go for it out of the shotgun on 4th down. Venegas trying a hard count to get Hoover to jump. That's not working. Do they have the play? Or will they risk the delay of game and then have to punt? Venegas looking for help on the far side. They get it off to pass. Far side. There is a penalty marker at the end of the play. The pass was incomplete. Intended for Quan Tran. Let's take a look at the replay here. Boy, they must have went right down to the final seconds, Keith.
That was very close to being another delay game.
Oh, looks like we have a little bit of grab there on the play. Rudy Cuellar got dragged down. Looks like they might have caught number 5, Javon Lyman. Now, as they mark this off, it's going to be enough for the 1st down. So, of course, holding, pass interference, sometimes they can be different. It could even been unsportsmanlike, but it's going to take it all the way into Hoover territory. 43-yard line, 1st and 10. Keith, the Nitros needed that.
Definitely momentum save.
So, new life for the Nitros. Straight ahead running. Jev Papazian, the ball carrier. They like the left side. He runs into the Nitro sideline. Looks like Alborz Farroquimpana on the tackle. And they're going to mark it at the 42-yard line. So, really only a gain of 1, so it's 2nd down and 9. Right back from the shotgun, straight ahead running again. This time a little movement. The Nitros come across the 40 to about the 37. It's short of the 1st down. 68, Ferdinand Guinto, the 2nd. He's just a sophomore. Big guy, 6 foot 200. 37-yard line is the mark. Hold on. They try this side. And it's going to be close. Keith, what do you think?
Interesting play call on that one, having the guy in motion and going east-west instead of north-south, but we'll see the call.
Tell them I'm on the air. Your baseball players are my guest. 35-yard line. Once again, the Nitros are going to go for it on 4th down. They need 2. And there's another whistle on the play. Once again, false start by the Nitros. A makeable 4th and 2 turns into 4th and 7. So, spinning their wheels. 40-yard line's the mark. 4th down and 7. They're going to go for it straight ahead. And the sideline looks like it's enough for the 1st down. Keith, what do you think?
Looks like he might be about a yard short, but we'll see if they're going to do a measurement or by sight.
So we haven't seen this all year, but Brady Aldretti carries. It's ruled at the 34. That's not enough for the first down. Hoover holds, they take over on downs. So we look at the replay. Aldretti was at quarterback. Papazian carries. Some wishful thinking on the Nitro sideline. 1st and 10 Tornadoes. 34-yard line. 4 minutes till halftime. Keith, I got to think this could really put the Nitros in a hole if Hoover was to score again.
Got to watch the big play here.
Ryan O. This time he's got a target on his back. Good pursuit. Joe Tapia helped wrap it up. We got to give credit to co-captain Arvin Vartani in 79. He was the first guy. Good pursuit there, Keith.
Definitely, Glendale defense on that one really stepped up.
32-yard line's the mark. So it's a loss on the play. We're going to call it 2nd down and 12. Approaching 4 minutes till halftime. 4 wide receivers out of the shotgun. Francisco looks over, barking out signals. They're set. To the air. Pass to this side, has a man wide open. Complete. Gets by one tackler, makes it out to the 46-yard line. I think that's enough for a first down. Number 10, Joel Urigi, co-captain for the Tornadoes, on the reception. Keith, it looks like he dove his man out and then came back.
He ran a 12-yard in, and it was a perfect call on that one.
Not wanting to get big deep. They jumped on number 1, Joe Tapia. Tapia, the senior, but only playing football for his first time this year. 1st and 10. 46-yard line. 4 wide again. Shotgun again. This time back to Ryan O. Gets by blockers, drags tacklers, and he's off to the races. Down the sideline, finally pushed out of bounds inside the 20. A lot of Ryan O. Once again, looking ahead, eyes up, got a few blocks, and actually showed speed, Keith. He did the rest himself.
Yards after contact on that one.
Pushed out of bounds, officially marked 19-yard line, 1st and 10. So Hoover having their way. Straight ahead running, Ryan O. Carries the loaf of bread inside the 15, around the 13. Quantran came up. 13-yard line is the mark. 6 on the play, 2nd down and 4. Up to the line, they're in no hurry. Approaching 2 minutes till half. In the 93rd Glendale Hoover game. Francisco out of the snap is lost. He's going to fall on it. Hoover maintains possession near the 28-yard line. It wasn't a terrible snap. The key was, did he see it coming? He might have been looking at other players. Nope, it just was about neck high and just slipped out of his hands, Keith.
He did a smart move by falling on that. Somebody that would try to pick that up, it could have been disastrous.
So we take a look. 27-yard line is the mark. They need to get to the 9. So we're going to call it 3rd down and 18. Once again, 4 wide receivers out of the shotgun, but the dangerous Ryan O in the backfield. Flare pass to this side, complete. The dangerous Javon Lyman First time we've called his name on offense, and he is a firecracker waiting to blow. He carries close to the 12-yard. It is short, and there appears to be a penalty on the play. Javon Lyman, senior, 5'11", and can run like the wind. On the play, the indication is holding against Hoover. So that's going to take away the good play. Less than 1 minute in the half. Thinking touchdown, Keith, but thinking field goal.
Definitely within field goal range, and you want to be smart here with the football.
So both teams realize the ball's going back to the 30-yard line. They need to get to the 9. They come up to the line. It's pretty much man-to-man in the backfield for the Nitro defense. See if they can exploit something here. Francisco, under pressure, gets away and he's gone. 20, 15, and spills into the 13. It is short of the first down. Clock runs. Abraham Canas on the tackle. Timeout on the field. Hoover decides to spend a timeout to think about it. Some great players that have played here in the past that went on to great college careers and into the NFL, most notably from the Glendale side, Dwayne Bickett. Keith, a couple others?
Eric Keesaw would definitely be the first one on my mind. The success he's had at the collegiate level and coaching, and obviously as a player too. Pathan Rucker, and definitely, I would say, Jaya Figueres.
Back in my era, Mike Black at quarterback, Arizona State University, went on to be a great punter in the NFL for the Detroit Lions, backup quarterback as well. And that's just to name a few. So let's check. Hoover 13, Glendale 0, 40 seconds left. 4th down. They decide to go for the field goal. The mark is the 22-yard line. It's a 32-yard field goal attempt. Vicente Hernandez. And it's a bad snap, but whistle's blown at the snap. False start is called against Hoover, so that basically helps them. What about 5 more yards, Keith? A chance for the field goal?
You know, that was a late whistle on that one, and like you said, Hoover's going to benefit from this to get a second opportunity at this kick.
Now, I am not an offensive play caller, but if they're going to try this, this is now 36 yards. Watch out for the fake. Vicente Hernandez. Ball down, they're going for it. The kick is up on a line drive, and the kick is no good. It's short. On the replay, we'll see that was low to begin with and was under the crossbar. Officials set the clock at 32 seconds. Glendale's getting another champ. Here's the replay, Keith.
That extra 5 yards really cost him on that one.
Oh, you were right on that. So they'll bring the ball out to the 20-yard line. Nitros will use 32 seconds to the best of their ability. The scoreboard does not give us the continual down and yards to go, and they do not include the timeouts. We think Glendale's used 2. Shotgun, 4 wide receivers. Joe Tapia in motion now to the left side to pass. And he's off to the races. Good yardage. You got to get out of bounds, he hopes, and he does. 25 yards on the gain for quarterback Elijah Venegas. He dashes over to the far side to get the play call. That clock from the 44-yard line Still stopped with 22 seconds. Clock management has not been the ally of Glendale this year. Let's see what happens. Venegas catches a breath to pass across the middle. Once again, high and out of the outstretched arms of number 4, Rudy Cuellar. Clock stops with 18 seconds. Once again, enjoy the halftime presentation. The bands are going to perform. Homecoming court on the Glendale side will announce their winners. All part of the pageantry of the Glendale Hoover game. But still, 18 seconds to go. To this side, complete, into Hoover territory. Did he get out of bounds? And he does. Officials stop the clock with 7 seconds. 1, Joe Tapia. 46 seconds to go, and Glendale uses what we believe is their 3rd timeout. Into Hoover territory. That's enough for a nitro first down, so they move the chains. So, something along the lines of a Hail Mary, or what do you think, Keith?
You know, Glendale gets the ball to start the second half, I believe. So right here, it's worth taking a shot, definitely.
Again, you'd like to say the word Hail Mary. Well, it doesn't work very often, but everybody remembers 2 years ago, because it sure did. Let's see what happens. And once again, we have a whistle. Hoover decided to call timeout once they saw what Glendale was into. That's happened before, Keith.
You know, it shows you how close this game really is. I mean, Hoover's definitely concerned about the play that Glendale was going to run. And with 7 seconds left, using a timeout definitely shows you how close this game is.
So a bit of a chess match, no question about it. Everybody's seen they could make a change. Once again, out of the timeout, 7 seconds, 1st and 10 from the 46. Out of the shotgun. Looking deep down the far side. Jump ball, incomplete. And there are 2 seconds remaining. So they tried to single out one of the Hoover defenders. Co-captain Joel Urigi's on the defense. And one of the athletes for Glendale, Joe Tapia, the intended receiver. He'll move over to baseball once this is over with. Last play of the first half. Hoover defense is deep. The deepest man all the way back at the 25-yard line, Venegas. He's going to run. He better hurry because this half is over. He's going to do what he can, but he runs out of bounds. It's halftime of the 93rd Glendale Hoover game. The home team, Hoover Tornadoes, lead 13-0. Getting ready for halftime entertainment. We'll be back.
Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the award-winning Hoover Tornado Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah. Is that why that's so laggy?
Everybody's getting set, a chance to take pictures. Remember, they've been doing this game with Hoover since 1930. Such a big game, they used to play the game at the Rose Bowl with an average of 25,000 people. The World Boy Stadium. This is the 2024 homecoming court. The two top vote getters are, first of all, we congratulate Layla Whitley. She wears the crown. She has the staff. And after that sash is connected, very good. We congratulate
you're like, yeah.
Number 31, Michael Mendoza, preparing to kick off for the Tornadoes. And here we go. That kickoff fielded by number 1 for JHL, Joseph Tapia. He is driven out of bounds at the 35-yard line by number 33 for Hoover, David Agalian. The Nitros will start the second half, first and 10. Their own third. Second up again to get the Pantheon. Good for a 3-yard gain, so we'll call it 2. Second and 8 for JHS at the Hoover 48. Some great second effort on that play by Gail Caucasian for the Nitros. Looked like he was going to be tackled for a short gain. However, there is a penalty flag on the play. It is holding against JHF, which will negate that very nice run by Gail Caucasian. That penalty will be assessed from the point of infraction. And the ball moves back into Nitro territory. JHS will have it at its own 42-yard line. Second and 18. That pass incomplete. Intended for number 1, Joseph Tapia. Third and 18 for Glendale in its own 42.
Homecoming festivities. We're back. So Glendale has the football to start the second half. Trying to matriculate down the field. Here comes 3rd and 18. Shotgun. Out of the pocket. Gets by one. Now pursued. Got by another. Into Hoover territory. Dances along the sidelines near the 41-yard line. Keith, what adjustments do you think the Nitros need to do?
The first thing they need to do is eliminate the penalties. That's been killing them on this drive and the whole first half. And the positive message, they're still in this game.
No doubt about it. 13, Peter Villa, the junior, pushed him out of bounds. After that great gain, it's still short of the first down. 4th down and 1, they're going to go for it. And right to the center of traffic. Have to look for forward progress. They've marked the ball shy of the 40. It's the 39-yard line, and it looks like it's short, and it looks like Hoover will take over on downs. So they gambled. They thought they could just stuff it. I don't see much relationship to the Philadelphia push. So Hoover will take over. Their first possession of the second half. Co-captain number 60, Saipen Hakopian, is the center. He gives to Francisco, and we're going to start the second half with Ryan O, the ball carrier. To the line of scrimmage, no gain, 2nd down and 10. So again, great halftime, both bands performing. The homecoming courts being presented to the crowds. And we move on to the second half. Very important set of downs, Keith. You don't want to get too far behind. They're right in it, but a 3rd score could be trouble.
Definitely want to keep them off the scoreboard.
Francisco, the junior, in control. Pass. Pass is complete. The dangerous Javon Lyman gets by some tacklers. So about to the 45-yard line. Might be a gain of 4. Co-captain number 5, Mark Douglas, on the tackle. And there was a penalty on the play, and that appears to be against Hoover. That's going to stop the drive for a minute. Moves the ball back, 31-yard line. So that's 2nd down and 20. Glendale would do anything to get him to move backward, so they took that penalty for sure. Pretty much most of the night out of the shotgun with 3 wides. Francisco with time, throws, passes in and out of the hands, incomplete. That was intended for number 10, Joel Urigi. So a big opportunity here if the Nitros could hold. As we move toward 8 minutes in the 3rd quarter. So we'll call it one of the key plays of the 3rd quarter. Possibly of the game. From the shotgun. Has time. Now flushed out of the pocket. Throws and throws it out of bounds. Good pursuit. Good everything by the Nitro defense. They hold, Keith.
You know, that penalty definitely changes the play call on that one, and Hoover definitely suffered from the penalty bug.
So, another opportunity for the Nitros. Punt formation. Marco Regoza back for the Tornadoes. A spark, a big play, something. That's what the Nitros are looking for. And the punt takes a good Hoover bounce. It's going to be inside the 30, around the 28-yard line. That's where the Nitros will start. And again, this is all part of the Glendale Unified School District. We want to thank the head of athletics at Glendale Unified, which is Mark Rubio. The two principals at Glendale, Lynette Ohanian, and at Hoover, Jeremy Spurley. Some great athletic directors also for Glendale, Narek Vardanian and Tade Marderosian. Athletic directors, actually head coach Azad Harabidian assumed some duties also. And before the snap, officials call timeout. Evan Robb is the assistant principal of athletics at Hoover. Bill Gallimore is the assistant principal of athletics at Glendale High. Also acting as athletic director at Hoover is Christian Hong. Once again, the head coach at Hoover, Azad Harabidian. Head coach at Glendale, Manuel Lemus. All part of Glendale and Hoover football. Nitros back at it again, 1st and 10. Venegas looks over. Flare pass. Pass is complete. And good yardage and finally bumped out of bounds. Looked like a little helmet to helmet there. But Papazian, no worse for wear. Takes it to the 36-yard line, so a good gain. We're going to call it 8, 2nd down and 2. Nitros right back up to the line. They're going to try to hurry things up a little bit. Maybe catch the Tornadoes off guard. Straight to the run, Papazian. Drag some tacklers. What do you think, Keith? Close to the 1st down on forward progress.
That was tough running. Hopefully we get the good spot.
And it looks like it is. That's good enough for a Nitro 1st down, and they move the chains. 38-yard line, 1st and 10. Approaching 7 minutes, 3rd quarter. Pass to the far side is complete. Rudy Cuellar spills across the 45 to the 46. Good gain on 1st down. Let's take the replay here. Looking all the way on that far side. Got an open man with some space. Couple of tackles. And Javon Lyman came up to make the stop. 45-yard line. 2nd down and a short 3. Straight ahead running, and that didn't fool anybody. Right into the heart of the front 4 of Hoover. Papazian carries. No gain. Here comes a big 3rd down and 3. Here comes Rudy Cuellar. He's got the 1st down and more, right near the 50-yard line. '51, Armin Tovmasian on the stop. Forward progress actually into Hoover territory at the 49. I think that was a genuine mark, Keith.
Definitely was.
Nonetheless, 1st down and 10. Nitros continue to move. 5.5, 3rd quarter. Motion. Quarterback Venegas keeps. He's going to scamper. He danced along the sidelines. We're going to find out what they gave him. Maybe the 44. So we'll call it a gain of 5. 2nd down and 5. Once again, Nitro's moving without much of a huddle. You think that's an ally for them, Keith?
Definitely, and keeping the yellow flags in the pockets helps too.
So on the end around, Joe Tapia had a bit of daylight but got wrapped up actually for a loss on the play. Armin Tovmasian once again tripped him up. So from the 45-yard line, 3rd down and 6. Third and 6. Pass. Pass was deflected at the line. So that's incomplete. And once again, the Nitros have to decide. They may want to go for it here. A punt's traditionally only going to pick them up 15 yards or so, Keith.
You also risk the bad snap and maybe even another block like before.
They come right up the line. They have a play. They'll go with 4 wide receivers out of the shotgun. Venegas to pass. Passes across the middle, and the pass was underthrown, but ruled complete. Now, the side judge had the look. He may ask for help. There's another official that went over there to ask him. Right now, it's a complete pass. But there was a penalty on the play. And the indication was an illegal block, and that's against the Nitros. So 1st down or not, that negates the play. So from the 45, here's the mark-off, and that might help make the decision for the Nitros to punt, Keith.
The penalties just keep coming up big. There's definitely a major pause in that one.
When this happens, you don't want to be in the film room on Saturday morning.
We feared Mondays. We feared the Monday after practice conditioning run. That's what we feared when we had games like this.
So the Nitros take a road trip and go all the way back to their own 40. That makes it the decision for them, 4th down. Punt formation as the clock rolls. Number 14, Patrick Caceres, does the punting. He's actually not very deep, and he usually isn't very deep, but always the threat of a fake. Dangerous. Javon Lyman is back. He gets it at the 31. Faster than everybody and off to the races. We warned you he can fly. They're not going to get him. Touchdown, Tornadoes. "59 yards on the return. There's a possible penalty on the play, though. Officials confer. Did he get that open on a bad block? And a lot of players are moving back. So they're discussing where the block was on where they're going to mark the. There's definitely no touchdown. Here's the indication. So that's a personal foul, and that's against Hoover. So we warned you, the most electrifying player on the field is Hoover's Javon, and that's going to take Hoover all the way back, negate the score, and they'll start at their own 30, 1st and 10. Keith, we've seen him. We know he can go, and he did.
You almost question why you kicked to him on that, and maybe even like a squid kick or something.
No
towards the out of
question
bounds.
about it. No question about it. And again, you practice your containment, you practice your assignments. Sometimes speed kills.
You can't simulate that speed in practice.
No. And again, doing some of Hoover's game against other opponents, you just knew he was probably one of the more special athletes on the field, and he just showed it. But it's no good. Hoover starts 1st and 10 at their 30. 3:44, third quarter. First down. Another case of Ryan O. Straight up the middle across the 35. 36-yard line is the mark, so it's a gain of 6, second down and 4. On the replay, again, just straight ahead running, gets a couple of blocks, and is forced for the second units to bring him down. Quantran credited with the stop along with Patrick Caceres. On second and 4, why not? Ryan O, first down and more to about the 44. Clock continues to run, coming up on 3 minutes. First and 10 for the Tornadoes as soon as that chain gang spreads it out. They've done a fairly good job tonight. Sometimes they don't realize they're such an asset to everybody here up in the press box. Usually students. Ryan O. Not much there. Brady Aldretti right there along with Patrick Caceres. We're going to give him 1, second down and 9. As we go, think about the end of the third quarter. We're not ready to say it yet, but the clock can become an ally of Hoover. Ryan O once again. He runs just straight ahead and gets the first down. And you got to credit some of the big boys up front. Garin Danataris with the key block on that play. First down and 10, Tornadoes. On first down. Why not? Ryan O. to the right hash. Good yardage on first down. Looks like he takes that football to bed with him, huh, Keith?
Definitely. When you're in this type of groove, all you want is a play call is next, right or left. Give me the ball.
Have seen everything from him except him saying, feed me. But he's going to get it. 39-yard line is the mark. Second down and 5. Approaching 1 minute on second down and 5. Straight ahead. They have not found the answer from that offensive line or Ryan O. He picks up the first down and more near the 30-yard line. Great blocking up front. Davion Holloway came over from the outside to help. Tornadoes matriculating down the field. First and 10 at the Nitro 30. Final 30 seconds of the third quarter. Motion straight ahead. He's getting that first block, but like you said, Keith, he continues to find and grind after the first set of blocks.
That was a violent run. That's a north-south type of run. Your offensive line opens the holes, and he's right behind him.
And I just wouldn't want to jinx it, but he holds onto that ball with both hands. And 3 quarters are in the books. We go to the fourth. It's been all Hoover. They lead 13-0. And while we have this stoppage of play, we do want to note that both these teams are part of the YMCA Quarterback Club. The YMCA Quarterback Club is a nonprofit organization in association with the YMCA, finishing up its 83rd year of service, of support, and promoting high schools in the area as well as Glendale Community College. Glendale High and Hoover are proud partners, along with Crescenta Valley, St. Francis, Village Christian, La Cañada, all a great group, meetings just up the street. their award ceremony will be Tuesday, and they will be giving out the scholarship award to one of the players on each of these two squads, as well as the outstanding varsity player. That scholarship is a $1,000 scholarship. Both schools very proud to be a part of the YMCA quarterback club, as well as myself. A great group. Local area schools promote and service. To the fourth quarter. Hoover picked up a couple. We're going to call it 2nd down and 8. Little change of flavor. Kenneth Ruiz, 44, the ball carrier. And not surprised, for the first time, a little extracurricular activity. Glendale's acting like they picked up the ball, Keith.
It did look like the ball was taken away, but his forward progress sure looked like it got stopped.
And of course, all that action, you knew something wanted to happen, and if Glendale acted like they had the ball, that didn't make Hoover very happy. The officials are all gathering here. We're going to see which way we go. And like you said, Keith, it's a matter of when the ball went away and when he went to the ground, not causing a fumble, and then it was ripped away.
Definitely. They stood him up, and a couple seconds expired before you heard the whistle, and that definitely could cause a turnover.
Now, both teams have been told to go to the sidelines, and the indication is the penalty was against Glendale. However, the fumble gave Glendale the ball. So they do rule it a fumble. Now, on the play, Glendale gets possession, but I believe they're still going to mark off the penalty. He hasn't marked the ball yet. And I think here comes the walk-off. So Glendale not happy about the penalty, but they do get the ball, Keith.
You know, it's another positive play in the game that's marred by another yellow flag on the ground.
So, you know, there's 87 yards to go, and the clock has now become an ally of Hoover. There needs to be something on this drive. 1st and 10 for the Nitros. Trying to find the combination of a sustained drive without penalty and without a turnover. It's in the hands of quarterback Elijah Venegas. On 1st down, they try to plow, not much there. They run into Alejandro Hernandez. He makes the stop. Once again, a case of marking the ball. Looks like the 12-yard line, so there was a loss there. We're going to call it 2nd down and 12. Venegas to pass. Now decides to keep, and he's wrapped up near the 10-yard line. So the Nitros are going backwards. Continued good pursuit by the front four. This time, Jonathan Manukian leading the charge. They're already back to the 10. Here comes 3rd down and 14. We'll make it 15. What's in the playbook, Keith, on this?
Hopefully your receivers get downfield enough yardage that they got yard after catch, but it's going to be tough.
Venegas almost at his goal line and overthrows the receiver incomplete. Intended for Jeb Papazian. So just not in sync. Really no threat of going deep. They hope he could get some space, and it brings up 4th down. So the Nitros in punt formation. Patrick Caceres, he's going to be back at his goal line. And once again, the dangerous Javon Lyman at his Nitro 35. And the punt. It's a line drive, and it goes right to Lyman at the 36-yard line. He's got a couple of blockers. He can do damage himself. still on his feet, and makes it about to the 24. Good tackle. And there's some shenanigans going on. It's getting a little chippy, as they would say. Joe Tapia on the tackle on Lyman. So there's obviously some little talk going on down there. I think officials are deciding whether there's going to be a penalty or not. And there was a dead ball foul, personal foul against Glendale. So that's no help. Already on a good return back to the Nitro 25. There's a little extra gift coming also. We don't have the stats, but you can imagine how many penalties worth how many yards on the Nitros, Keith.
Oh, the yardage is the killer, but what's even more important is how deflating that is to your defense and your offense. Every time something good happens, there's another yellow flarker on the ground.
After the penalty, the ball's marked at the 14-yard line, 1st and 10 from the 14. The chain gang's going to have to move. Now they do. From the shotgun, Francisco. Why not? Ryan O. Off the left side, again, gets by that first set of blocks and does the rest himself. He plows inside the 5. Let's watch the replay here. He gets that first initial block and then searches, and next thing you know, he's still on his feet, Keith.
He just wants it more on that one. Definitely wanted it more.
Gregory Henriquez was in motion and helped like a fullback. Ryan O wants it himself. 3, 2, 1. Touchdown. Hoover, number 1, Ryan O. And on this near side, the home side, the Tornado fans sense victory. Let's look at the replay again. If you key on Ryan, you're only halfway home. Riding low to the ground, grinding, almost untouched, Keith.
For those of you watching, his pad level and leaning forward like that, not only is it hard to tackle, but just a tough runner.
You know, he's not quite as big, obviously, but he reminds me of the Washington Redskins, John Riggins. And the youngsters here aren't going to remember him, but he ran just like that and real trouble to bring down. Before the extra point, Hoover's going to call timeout and think about it. May not have had enough men on the field, but they have capitalized thanks to some penalties. They lead 19-0. 9:45 remain. So as we come out of the timeout, it was to discuss going for 2. They're going to go for it. How about a triple I? Maybe an offset. They give it to the dangerous lineman, and he goes in untouched. Javon Lyman for the 2-point conversion. 9:41 remaining. Tornadoes lead 21-0. This was almost too easy, Keith.
Definitely is. It kind of reminds you of the old Hoover back in the 80s and 90s, lining up in that wishbone. Hard to stop.
And if you look at that, the Nitros might have keyed on Ryan O, number 1. All he did was draw and then block Javon Lyman untouched. Well, we've seen some miracle comebacks, especially in this series, but it's going to take one tonight. The Nitros have not even showed the explosiveness to really threaten. So we got to hope there's something in their bag that they haven't shown, but Hoover's in complete control. On the bounce, fielded at the 20-yard line. Quan Tran. I'm trying to figure out how that thing bumped straight up in the air without touching Quan. Let's take a look at that. That thing bounced straight up. Tran got it. Joe Tapia wanted it. And good field position. There is an injured Tornado on the play. So again, 2 years ago on the Hail Mary, Glendale got that bell. Last year, with revenge on their mind, Hoover captured the bell. They're holding on to it, and if we can get a shot, it's in the north end zone in a neutral spot. And I think somebody went to Dunn Edwards is looking for some purple paint. So once again, the delay was another penalty against the Nitros after a good return. So they start 1st and 10 at the 14. On the reverse, Venegas, Joe Tapia. Across the 25, close to the 28. Good run by the senior. 51, Armin Tovmasian, once again on the stop. 29-yard line. Nitros first down, they move the chains. Approaching 9 minutes to play. Nitros looking for some spark. Looking for a little dynamite. Jeb Papazian got by the first set of tacklers and spills up to the 31. Ends up being really only a 2-yard gain. And there's an injured Nitro on the play. You know, with all the energy and the spirit going on, Keith, we have not seen really that many injuries.
No, there haven't been tonight. You wonder how much that fatigue starts playing into this on both sides. There are guys going both ways, offense, defense, and even special teams, and it does wear on you.
So again, by rule, the teams return to their sidelines, or roughly, and they're looking at the great training staff. Normally, the orthopedic surgeon in this area, Dr. Lauren Geller, who's a Glendale graduate, he is on the sidelines. He's not here tonight, but the great training staff of Glendale High is here, headed up by Carrie Smith. And Carrie is out there. She tends to everybody, every sport, both sides, and she's down looking. So to recap, 8:52 to play. Hoover 21, Glendale 0. Glendale 1-8 on the season. Hoover looking for their first win of the season. And it could come at a great time tonight in the battle for the bell. Keith, with the Nitros, I don't know what's in their playbook that could really make something work here or explode.
You know, you almost got to treat each series like it's a 2-minute, last 2 minutes of the game on offense. You can't get all the points back in one series, but you definitely need to chip away and score quickly.
And I don't think they're able to open up space or really threaten deep. And if the Hoover defense knows that, they're just going to play up. Maybe a little bit of containment or play defensively, but they've completely stopped, really, the Nitro offense.
It allows the defense to play fast, too, especially if you have a little extra cushion and points on the board. You can play a little quicker and take a couple more chances here and there.
So still attending to the injured Nitro, and again, he is laid on his back and has not moved, probably under the advice of all the medical team, and finding out just what stage of this we're at. So again, Hoover and Glendale are members of the Pacific League. Both teams had left for rogue scheduling a few years ago. Hoover jumped back in a couple of years ago. Glendale jumped back in this year. A very formidable league. Muir is definitely the cream of the crop with some good teams such as Arcadia and CV, Burbank and Burroughs. All the rivalry games are tonight. Burroughs and Burbank are going at it. Arcadia and CV in their rivalry game. Glendale Hoover, and of course, I believe tomorrow is the Pasadena Muir game, which they play at the Rose Bowl, Keith.
Yeah, the turkey tussle, that's for sure.
And again, the cart has now come onto the field, so out of precaution, they are most probably going to try to get him off the field. I don't know if that cart is actually big enough to lay him flat. So we tend to that. Obviously, concern on both sides. 8:52 remaining in this one. And again, if we can get a shot, remember, this is all part of schools and all the students involved, including the ASB. There are posters on both sides of the field that cover completely the rails on both sides. It's really something. And you can tell the fervor of Beat Glendale Day, Beat Hoover Day. It's gone on in the schools this week. And there we pick up a shot. And again, that's the active student body and the members of ASB that spend the time to make all these posters, which some are for the individual players and the other ones are just good spirit. And they're very happy, to know that they're part of history. And this game has gone on, and this rivalry has gone on, rather, since 1930.
Amazing.
Glendale is the flagship, and they were the first school, obviously, in the area. Hoover came on just a shade after. And then Crescenta Valley, the other major high school, they came on later on in the, I believe, the early 60s, late 50s. There is Clark Magnet School. They do not have athletics teams. Those that go to Clark would be able to play sports at the school they normally would go to. So obviously there is some concern here. And we're going to wait under precaution and protocol. So obviously this takes the steam out of the game. But the major concern is safety first, and they're going to do whatever's necessary. Keith, what do you see?
It looks like they're working on his midsection. I can't really tell, but it does look like they are immobilizing his upper portion too. Never want to see something like this.
Now again, your first impulse, big, healthy, strong football players, etc. Certainly not in the class of modern day St. John Bosco, etc. As I look down the rosters, 5'8", 5'6", 5'10", 5'9", 5'8", giving their all, protected with gear, but a big hit, consistent hitting, like you said, Keith, a little bit tired here late in the game.
Definitely, and it's one thing to actually have an injury, it's another thing to be sore, but it definitely looks like there's something pretty serious going on.
So going back, and it wasn't that long ago, ask anybody that deals with sports, summer practice for both teams, looking forward to that first week, first game. And Glendale started the season off on a great note as they beat Bosco Tech. After that, it's been tough going. For Hoover, some incredibly close games this year, including a triple overtime loss to Pasadena. So while we're figuring this out, we're going to take a break. We're going to come right back. So we welcome you back. And again, this is part of the game. We are happy to report that he has been escorted off the field. We have identified the player as Glendale High's number 56, Jose Vicente. Out of precaution, they are taking him to the ambulance. As soon as we can get a report, we will try to let you know before the game is over. They've allowed the teams a few minutes to warm up, which is understandable. As paramedics arrived, the training staff, which is trained in all these matters, did everything they were supposed to do. And we send our very best out to Jose Vicente from Glendale High. He's a senior. He's 5'10". He works both sides, defensive end and a tight end. And there's been a large stoppage in play. But safety is first. The teams will get back at it. We have 8:52 left. 21-0 Hoover. And right now that score and what's gone on takes a back seat to the health and safety and welfare of Jose Vicente. So the crowd, and a good crowd, it's not sold out by any means, but everything is slowed to a slow walk here. Even the officials have been given a little time. They know better. They're going to stretch out a little bit too. And the coaching staffs are going to have to go to both of these teams and say, guess what? We got to get back to action and finish this one up. Keith, through all the years, and of course this is my 37th Glendale Hoover game in the booth. You've seen many of them too. There have been a few injuries like this that have taken its toll.
You definitely never know, and people say the old adage that could be one play away from it, and unfortunately that did happen tonight. But for the rest of them out here, they have about 8.5 minutes left. Some of them might never play an organized sport again, so let's see what happens in the next 8-9 minutes of the game.
Homecoming 2024. If I have the information right, the homecoming dances are tomorrow. And some of these athletes will move on to winter and spring sports. And like you said, Keith, some of them are playing their last 8:52 of organized sports.
It's definitely for the seniors. Win or lose, that 9 minutes, it goes by quick, those 4 years. It goes by so quick, you need to cherish it.
And again, not only for the players and the coaching staff, but the athletic department, the schools, associated student body, cheerleading squads, bands, they have this on their calendar as well. So the Nitros have concluded their warm-ups, last-minute instructions, come out trying to put something together. We have the ball at the 31-yard line. On the play, it appears that, if we remember correctly, it was a gain of 2, so it's 2nd down and 8 from the 31. Nitros, shotgun, 4 wides. Right to the air, they're going to try to blow something up. And on the jump ball, the pass is incomplete. Javon Lyman on the defense. Jeb Papazian, the intended receiver. So again, out of the stoppage in play, the Nitros tried to do something, Keith.
Hopefully we can get a positive play on this one.
To the air, pass to this side is complete. Rudy Cuellar down the sideline into Hoover territory, and that's a Nitro first down. So a little spark Rudy Cuellar has battled injuries, just a little 5'8 junior, but a heart of gold. Knight in Hoover territory at the 41, that's a Nitro first down. Approaching 8 minutes to play. Venegas once again to the pass. And that pass was thrown. It didn't look like the receiver really knew it was coming at him on that. Double covered anyway. Arlen Abzian, the intended receiver. So we go to 2nd down and 10. Peter Villa on the defense. We look at the replay here. Now back to live action. Venegas looking deep down the middle. And little misread there. Joe Tapia was in the area, but way overthrown. Aiden Yosefi, we haven't called his name, but he'd been a factor during the year for the Nitros. Nonetheless, incomplete. 3rd down. Nitros showing a little something, but if they had showed more, there's still 8 minutes. A big 3rd down across the middle, in and out of the hands, incomplete. Might have been deflected, but nonetheless a catchable ball, Keith.
You know, and he lands that catch, and they have a 1st down, and they're in good shape. Got to hang on to that.
They went to Yosefi again. Couldn't haul it in. Nitros go for it, 4th and 10. What do they have in the playbook? Pass. Across the middle again is overthrown. Really not near the receiver, and that was Rudy Cuellar. 3 men on defense for the Tornadoes. They hold and they take over 1st and 10. We show 7:53 on the clock. Hoover takes over at their own 41. 21-0 Hoover. It's basically been all Hoover. Good marches and good scores, and now they have the ball. 7:53 to play. Right back to the action, and that is Ryan O. And some pushing down there. Some extracurricular. Everybody now appears to be up. That was number 10, Joel Urigi. He was a little late getting up. He comes off. So the carries to the 46-yard line. We'll call it 5, 2nd down and 5. Not many different formations tonight, Keith. A lot of the same, a little motion, and a lot of that. This time, though, the Nitro defense up to the task. Ryan O stopped in the backfield for a loss. Patrick Caceres the first to greet him. Brady Aldretti snuck in there for the assist. Looks like Alex Shavanian came up to clean up. So back to the 43-yard line. Here comes 3rd down and 8. Clock winding down, though. 3rd and 8. Nitros need to stop and then start going. Same shotgun formation. A.J. Francisco in charge to pass. Down the middle. Has a chance and almost intercepted, and looks like it was. An absolutely great athletic catch by number 1, Joe Tapia. Look at the replay on this one. This is the one that you've seen a few times in the NFL this year. Outstretched one arm. He goes up, one arm, maintains control, and comes down. Great play, Keith.
Wow, that's a Sports Center moment right there.
Joe Tapia, outstanding athlete playing football for his first time ever as a senior. He'll be a starting shortstop for the Glendale baseball team soon enough. Here's a chance for the Nitros. Venegas trying to make something happen on first down. Not much there. Veen Haganian on the stop. We'll call it a gain of 1, second down and 9. Less than 6 minutes. Anything in the Nitro bag here to pass. Down the sideline, they're going to try for something. Incomplete. Good double coverage there. Looking for Aiden Yosefi. And again, Keith, what is that defense? They're giving a little, but they've got plenty of defense in the backfield.
They're only rushing 3, so that allows you to have an extra DB or even 2 on the field. Pretty hard to pass against that.
3rd and 9. Flushed out of the pocket. Venegas looking, throws across, complete. Looks like it's Rudy Cuellar. And the Mighty Might past the 45 to the 46. And the officials say that's going to be enough for a Nitro first down, so they move the chains. Even though the clock runs approaching 5 minutes. Nitros with a little something here late. First down. Venegas under pressure. Throws and has to get rid of it. I'm looking for the nearest receiver. The closest guy in the area code was 21, Aiden Yosefi. Second down and 10. Less than 5 minutes. Tapia now back in the game. He is going to go way wide left. 3 receivers on this side, 1 on the far side. The snap. Venegas looking deep. They're looking for Joe. Jump ball, and Joe Tapia comes up with it. He jumps in between 2 Hoover players. Another athletic move, and he's into the 28, Keith.
Good for Joe. You always want to see something positive happen and just wanted the ball better. I pointed it.
We're going to go to the replay here and watch this. This is strictly a jump ball. He jumps up and just jumps higher than both of them.
Wanted it more.
Back to live action. The flare pass to the right side's incomplete. Looking for Papazian. So, in my opinion, the biggest threat of the evening for the Nitros. They still got work to do. Second down and 10 outside of their 25. Shotgun. Venegas. Flare pass. In and out of the hands, incomplete. Don't expect much after the catch anyway, but dropped. Mark Douglas, the intended receiver. Well, it's 2 down territory, obviously. Here comes 3rd down and 10. To keep things going, they're going to have 2 downs to do it. Venegas rolls. Trying to find somebody. Throws to the far side, and that's incomplete. 2 men on the intended receiver, Rudy Cuellar. And here comes basically Glendale's last chance. Keith, it looks like the playbook is limited. There's only certain things that they feel they can go to.
Definitely. The underneath game is open, though. When they have 2 deep safeties like this, the underneath game is open.
4th down and 10. Venegas looking for it all in the end zone, and that's going to be way out of bounds. Joe Tapia actually may have even made the catch. No, he didn't. But he made it way out of bounds. So, Hoover holds. They take over, and officials stop the clock. conferring with the other officials on the play. We'll see what we have here. We have a dead ball foul, unsportsmanlike conduct, and that was against Hoover. So after the play and the incomplete pass, something went on. They retained possession, but again, in the spirit of the rivalry, sometimes you can let your emotions get out of hands, right, Keith?
Most definitely. And this time, with this little bit of time left, you just want to play smart. You don't want anything negative to happen on the field.
So after a long possession by Glendale, they come up with nothing. All they did was let the clock roll down to 4:19. Hoover 1st and 10 at their own 13. The junior, A.J. Francisco. We're going to see him next year. He's piloted the Tornadoes well, especially when you can hand the ball off to Ryan O. Just off the left side, keeping the ball inside the hashes, and it looks like Glendale's going to try to stop the clock and use one of their timeouts. 4:13 to play. Glendale trails 21-0. Southern California College Sports bringing you this production. Mike Zepeda and the great staff provided the announcers with everything. We thank them for their great work, great camera work. And again, you can catch this on YouTube. Glendale Hoover 2024. A pleasure to work alongside Keith Hopkins and this great staff up here in the booth. Out of the timeout, 16-yard line is the mark. A good run by Ryan O, but it basically only was worth a couple of yards. So we're going to call it 2nd down and a short 9. Ryan O showing fresh legs. They've got one man to beat. Joe Tapia tries. They're not going to catch him. Touchdown, Hoover, number 1, Ryan O. So from the 16-yard line, 84 yards on the play. Again, Keith, he has an extra gear. Joe Tapia gives a swipe. They're not going to get him.
Once he broke through to that second level, it was lights out.
So that has an opportunity to put a purple ribbon around this one. Extra point. And the kick is good. Less than 4 minutes to play. Hoover leads 28-0. And again, if we get a chance, we can look at this run. It starts with great blocking up front.
Definitely.
But he then takes over. The initial block. And now it's open space. Now someone's got to wrap him up, and he says, nuh-uh, I'm not done. And actually widens until the good athlete Joe Tapia gives it a shot. A big run for the senior. 5'7", 180, and uses all of it. But again, as you prepare for Hoover every week, you know you have to stop Ryan O. We know he'd been banged up a little bit, but boy, he looks fresh tonight. Both lines setter for the kickoff. They're going to kick it on a line drive and a bounce. Bounce is actually over the head, now fielded. Quan Tran trying to make something, and all it does is go backwards. Stop back at the 12-yard line. We mentioned Alejandro Hernandez. He's in the area and makes the stop. Looking at the high bounce once again, Tran takes the ball, has a couple of blockers, and then he runs into Hernandez. Nitro's 1st and 10. Venegas to pass. Under pressure and off the right side on the blitz. Down he goes. And again, they haven't done it very much, but the explosive Javon Lyman blitzes and gets the sack, Keith.
They walked him up right on the outside, and nobody saw him, and he came untouched.
It looks like he might have been acting like he was picking up a receiver, and instead he blitzed and picks up the sack. All the way back near the 5. Pass down the far side, incomplete. Intended for Joe Tapia. He actually had a step on the defense there, Keith.
He did, definitely, and that's kind of Glendale's night. Just one step away from it.
3:14 to play. From the end zone. This time we try on this side, incomplete. Joel Urigi there to bat it away. Had a shot at the interception. Rudy Cuellar for Glendale, the intended receiver, actually got in the mix. And if we're able to take a shot, the famous battle for the bell, that bell waits in the north end zone with nobody near it, but in a little while, it's going to be Hoover's. Across the middle. Pass is incomplete. Aiden Yosefi, the intended receiver. Hoover's win last year gives them possession of the bell. And all things point toward them retaining it. So with Glendale going for it on 4th down, the Tornadoes take over from the 6-yard line. We'll see which way the Tornadoes play it. Out of the eye. Nothing but straight ahead running and not much there. Ryan O gets trapped in the backfield. And good pursuit there. Co-captain, 79, Arvin Vartanian, once again on the stop. Hoover has no problem winding the clock, taking every second they can out of it. Loss on the play. We'll call it 2nd down, goal to go from about the 7. Cutting. 3, 2, 1. Touchdown Hoover. Number 5, Javon Lyman. And again, Keith, he can play anywhere on the field. They put him in as a running back, and the senior gets another touchdown to remember.
That's definitely a memory you'll never forget. And to be in there as a senior, your last night on the field, a whole season gets turned around in one night, as tough as it's been for Hoover.
And on the touchdown play, there is an injured player. As we cut to the cheerleaders of Hoover High, celebrating another touchdown and getting ready to grab the bell. So again, the players will take a knee as we tend to the injured player. 2:17 to play, and the extra point awaiting for the Tornadoes. We were trying to get you some updated scores of the rest of the Pacific League. We'll see if we can get them before. And we have the medical staff out there. And we're identifying the Glendale Nitro as number 6, Ethan Parada. He's been a factor for the Nitros this year. He's up under his own power, so he's okay. And the Tornadoes for the 1-point, extra point attempt. Francisco will hold. Vicente Hernandez. And the kick is good. 2:16 to play. The Tornadoes tack on another one. They lead 35-0. Well, here's an understatement. It's all Hoover, Keith. I mean, defensively, basically, offensively.
The scoreboard doesn't reflect how close the game was in the first half, but penalties and a couple plays here and there, and Glendale definitely is going to regret watching film tomorrow. On this one.
All Hoover. Carrying on the tradition of great Tornado football. They've had their years. Great athletes such as Lance Junker, Bob Galliano, who went on to the NFL for years, Bill Warden, and many others.
Kyle Bell comes to the 9, Coach.
And here's a good return for the Nitros, all the way back into Hoover territory. So the Nitros make a little noise. They're not going to bow down. But there's so much to do and so little time.
That's what it's about.
So here come the Nitros. Possibly their last opportunity. They're going to work that double wing again. They tried to go inside, and that's not going to go anywhere. Good pursuit by the Tornado front. Some of these players getting in action for the first time. Some seniors getting in action for their last game. Maybe some of tomorrow's stars getting in some work as sophomores and juniors. Back to the 49-yard line in Glendale territory. Second down and 13. They try the same inside spot. They push a few, just short of the original line of scrimmage. Douglas carries. Forward progress back to the 49. We're going to call it third down and a short 13. The final 20 seconds of the game. The ball was loose on the handoff, still loose. And we're waiting for the official's call. It's not going to matter. These 3 seconds are going to tick off, and that'll do it. Listen to the crowd. They're going to try to come onto the field. They're going to join the crowd as both teams will meet at the midfield stripe to give sportsmanship and congratulations. It's all Hoover. They win the 93rd meeting between these two teams. Hoover 35, Glendale 0. We congratulate head coach Azad Harabidian and his staff picking up their first win of the year, finishing the season at 1-9, but the one is the one. A big game over arch rival Hoover, over Glendale. And now they will take possession of the bell. Both teams end the season at 1-9. Manuel Lemus and the Nitros picked up their one win, the first game of the year. They got healthy, but it wasn't enough. And you're going to see Hoover is now going to pick up the bell, and they're going to bring it to this near side to celebrate. In the 93 meetings between the two teams, there's been long periods of time of winning streaks. 5, 6, 7 games for each team. Hoover has now won the last 2, and they've won 4 out of the last 6. And again, Keith, you played in this game. Everyone is going to remember this one the rest of their lives.
One of the most memorable pictures I have is with the bell after my senior year. Amazing moment.
And that's what you play for. Between these two arch rivals, the bragging rights will hold on for another year. Everybody will go back to campus on Monday. They're going to celebrate on the west side and still get the support on the east side at Glendale High as the football season ends and winter sports and spring sports are next up on the agenda. They make their way onto the track. Of course, everybody would like to grab the bell. Everybody would like to touch it, and I think we're working our way, Keith, to having the entire team take a picture with the bell.
Well deserved, well deserved. And I'd have the offensive line and number 1 right in the front of that picture.
That was basically the story. It was Ryan O and the offensive line. And credit the Hoover defense. They pitch a shutout, and whatever Glendale wanted to try or had in their bag, not much worked. And again, there'll be coverage by the Glendale News Press. And again, we thank Southern California College Sports and YouTube. The banner goes up. And yes, they emphasize the seniors. They go out a winner. And again, overall played well. Not as many penalties in the second half, Keith, but that was basically putting them behind to begin with.
Definitely. They couldn't find an identity on offense, and every time they did, the yellow flag on the field, it just killed them today, and it's going to be a tough film for them to watch.
As we take a look at the replays, here's Ryan O. He gets the handoff, finds a hole, does the rest into the end zone. And we note he hands the ball right to the official. A lot of this. Ryan O. Great offensive line. And then number 5. Probably the best athlete on the field. Javon Lyman got his dance into the end zone, and here was a bat breaker. Ryan O. in pursuit and just simply outruns to the end zone. And again, yeah, they have no reason to get back on the bus. They're going to celebrate this a little bit. And again, their first win of the year. Azad Harabini and his staff had knocked on the door during the season in the other 9 games, including a loss in triple overtime. A few close games, always battled, and that cold Gatorade bucket goes on head coach Azad Harabinian. He may be cold, but he loves it. And it looks like they're going after another coach. Keith, you not only played, but you've done coaching. So have you experienced that also as far as putting a game plan together and then having it work and having your players appreciate all the work you did on the coaching side too?
Oh, definitely. And it starts, in spring and even before that. But to travel this far to get to this point and have it end like this, definitely a memorable moment for Hoover.
And again, there's different spots these guys are going to want to take pictures of, and it looks like the next spot is going to be in the end zone with the scoreboard behind him, letting everyone know that they have defeated their arch rival Glendale 35-0. Keith, final comments?
Congratulations to Hoover, turning around their season in one night, and Glendale fought the fight. There's always next year.
The last time there was a shutout, 2014, Glendale won 19-0. Back in 2002, 31-0. Hoover picks up the shutout tonight, 35-0. On behalf of everybody up here, we want to thank you very much for taking in the game on YouTube. And again, Southern California College Sports and the entire gang with Mike Zapata and his great staff. It's been a pleasure working with you, Keith. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coach.
We will see you in the future. Good night from Moist Stadium with the final score, Hoover 35, Glendale 0. Good night.